Hey everyone, tonight we're going to start with something uncomfortable, something dramatic, chaotic, yet gentle and uncomfortably familiar. Picture this, you're at a coffee shop with someone new, they smile a lot, their shirt is pressed, their teeth are perfect, their phone is always tilted up enough to check notifications mid-conversation. You're excited, they're interesting, but then 15 minutes in, you realize you've said about 12 words. They've just told you about their childhood trauma, their recent breakup, which was clearly not their fault, their startup idea, their gluten sensitivity, and their productivity hack. You're nodding like one of those dogs on a dashboard. They haven't asked you a single question, not even your last name. Tonight, we're exploring the secrets of narcissistic behavior. You might rethink a current relationship after listening to this video, or you might fall asleep without even realizing it. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Let me know where you're tuning in from tonight and what time it is. Now, turn down the lights, maybe crank up the AC for some soft noise, and let's get this evening started. Section 1. Imagine you're the mirror. Not in a poetic way, what's like you're literally reflecting back the image of someone sitting across from you. Their stories, their moods, their victories, everything that makes them feel shiny. You're there to validate, to nod, to affirm, to shimmer when they want to shimmer. This is how narcissistic conversations often begin, with charm, with charisma, with a strange gravitational pull where your orbit starts to shrink and theirs starts to expand. Psychologists define narcissistic supply as the attention, admiration, or validation a narcissist needs to maintain their inflated sense of self. They feed off it. Not always with fangs, sometimes it's with flirtation, self-deprecating humor, or a 1,000-word monologue disguised as just getting to know each other. And here's the weird fact. Research shows that narcissists can score high on first impressions. People often rate them as more confident, fun, and even attractive before the emotional hangover kicks in. A study from Paulhus and Williams, 2002, coined the term dark triad to describe narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. 3 traits that often wear the same designer sunglasses. Social media gurus still argue about whether platforms like Instagram and TikTok are breeding grounds for narcissism or just amplifiers of something we've always had. But there's one place where narcissism has truly flourished: the comment section of their own lives. Back to the cafe. You finally break in with a story of your own. Your mom's surgery last year. They nod, sip, interrupt. Suddenly they're telling you about their mom's surgery, which was worse. It always is. You feel invisible, but not entirely dismissed. It's a strange tightrope. You're allowed to exist, just not in focus. They pull out their phone to show you something. A meme, a photo. No, it's a screenshot of someone praising them, a client review, an email, a text from someone who gets them. The need to be adored is so relentless. It feels like a background hum. And just like that, you laugh at their joke. Not because it's funny, but because the air feels 10% lighter when they're pleased. Now, let's play a little game. Imagine you're sitting in a room with a narcissist. It's silent. No conversation. No mirrors. Just silence. How long before they say something? Anything. Anything that brings the attention back. 10 seconds. 5. It's like watching a plant twist toward the sun. The hunger is automatic. Let's shift settings. You're texting now. You mention a cool opportunity you just got. Their reply, "Oh, nice. That reminds me I just got offered 3 projects this week." Wild. Right. And now we're in the realm of one-upping a subtle but persistent sign. Everything you say becomes a trampoline for them to bounce higher. You say you're tired. They say they didn't sleep for 3 days. You say you got a promotion. They were offered one and turned it down because they're just that selective. You begin to shrink. Not all at once. Like a balloon with a slow leak. They don't pop you outright, that would be obvious. Instead, they leave you wondering if maybe you're the self-absorbed one for even wanting to speak. You catch yourself preparing stories that make you sound more impressive, more shiny. You're chasing their admiration like a cat chasing a laser pointer, and you're never gonna catch it. Here comes the first callback. Remember the Achilles paradox. How no matter how fast Achilles runs, he can never catch the tortoise if the tortoise has a head start. Talking to a narcissist is like that. Every time you make emotional progress, they've already moved the goalposts. Now, this doesn't mean they're always evil. Some are charming, some are hilarious, some have incredible taste in music. But they treat attention like a currency and you are always paying. So what happens when you stop clapping? What if you just stop feeding the spotlight? Well, that's when the tantrums start. Or the boredom, or the ghosting. Narcissists don't like empty mirrors. No reflection, no supply. They move on, and you sit there, staring at the empty set in the cafe, wondering how someone could say so much and still leave you feeling like nothing. But you're not nothing. You're the first person in the story who noticed the mirror was cracked. And that's how this journey begins. Section 2. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your memories have been slightly rearranged. You're pretty sure you remember what happened, but every time you bring it up, someone insists it went down differently. And not just differently better for them, worse for you. That's not faulty memory, that's gaslighting. At first, it's subtle. You say, hey, didn't you say you'd text me when you got home? And they tilt their head, raise an eyebrow, and smirk, no. You must be imagining things. You always get stuff like this mixed up. You feel the room shrink a little. Gaslighting is a manipulation tactic in which someone tries to make you doubt your perception of reality. The term comes from the 1944 film Gaslight, where a husband manipulates his wife into believing she's going insane. He dims the lights, then denies it, moves objects, then insists she misplaced them. Psychologists say gaslighting isn't always conscious. It's often a defense mechanism to protect a narcissist's ego from accountability. But whether intentional or not, the result is the same. Your grip on what's real gets slipperier than a greased watermelon at a pool party. Here's a weird fact. In one study, narcissistic individuals were shown to engage in memory rewriting not only with others, but with themselves. That's right, they gaslight themselves into believing they're better, kinder, or more justified than they actually were. Self-deception is just a mirror turned inward. Philosophers still argue about whether memory itself can ever be trusted. Is it a record, performance, a negotiation between neurons and ego? For narcissists, it's a narrative device, and you're a background character who forgot their lines. You're in a living room now? The couch is familiar, but something about the vibe is warped. You bring up an old argument, something that hurt you. They blink slowly. That never happened. Or if it did, you completely misunderstood it. You feel that familiar drop in your stomach, like you just missed a step on the stairs. You clarify, gently. No, I'm sure I remember crying. You said, okay, they interrupt. Now you're just being dramatic. Boom. There it is. Your emotional reaction gets reframed as the problem. Not their behavior, not the event, your reaction. And this is how the script flips. You're no longer the injured party, you're the unstable one, the one who overreacts, the one who always wants to start something. You start checking your texts, your calendar, your brain. You become your own detective. And guess what? That's exactly what they want. Because if you're busy questioning your reality, you won't be questioning theirs. Let's shift scenes again. You're at a dinner with friends. Something small happens. A rude joke. Maybe you flinch. Later, in private, you mention it. Hey, I didn't love that comment at dinner. They sigh like they've aged 10 years. You're really sensitive. You know that everyone laughed. It's just you. And now you're isolated. Again, this isn't just emotional manipulation, it's social insulation. You're left out in the cold, coatless, with the haunting suspicion that maybe you are the problem. But you're not. You're the one noticing the temperature drop while everyone else pretends the thermostat's fine. Remember the vibe from the cafe? This is the same manipulation, just dressed in different lighting. Narcissists don't just want attention, they want emotional dominance, and the easiest way to gain it is to make someone question their footing. Now, here's a little dark comedy for you. One woman I spoke to said her narcissistic ex would routinely deny things he had written down. She once pulled out a sticky note in his handwriting with the exact time and date he promised to show up. His reply, "That's not mine. You probably wrote it yourself." She laughed. Not because it was funny, but because reality was so distorted. It felt like a sitcom with no laugh track. Another story. A man said his ex once insisted she'd never borrowed his car even though he had a photo of her driving it. Her response, I was posing, "It doesn't mean I drove it." That's the magic trick. Not to lie well, but to lie with confidence. The narcissist's motto might as well be, if I say it boldly enough, it becomes the truth. Social scientists still argue about whether narcissists know they're lying, or if they truly believe their version of events. The truth probably falls somewhere between a subconscious rewiring of guilt into righteousness, of memory into mythology. But to you, the listener, the witness, it feels like drowning in fog. Let's do a test. Picture a moment you're sure of something you know you experienced. Now imagine someone close to you says, "No, that never happened." Would you feel a flicker of doubt, even if just for a second? That's how it starts. Tiny fractures in your reality, one by one, until you're no longer sure where the cracks are, or what light is supposed to shine through. So what can you do? Well, first you stop playing defense. You start documenting. You start trusting your gut more than their tone. And most importantly, you look at the scoreboard. Because if every disagreement ends with you apologizing, maybe the game's rigged. You deserve to trust your memories. You deserve to believe your version of events. You're not a mirror. You're the person standing in front of it. Section 3. Imagine a conversation turning into a group project, and you didn't know you'd been assigned homework. Suddenly, the person you're with keeps dropping someone else's name into the mix. Well, Jamie thinks I'm really emotionally intelligent. Or Taylor said I handled that situation perfectly. You've never met Jamie. Taylor could be made up. But somehow, their presence is now between you. This is triangulation, a classic narcissistic tactic where they insert a third party into your dynamic to manipulate, confuse, or control you. It's like fighting someone in a video game, and suddenly an extra character joins, only they're invisible and always on the narcissist's side. You're not just disagreeing with them anymore, you're up against other people who apparently see it their way. Suddenly, you feel outnumbered, invalidated, less than. Triangulation plays off one of the deepest human fears, exclusion. Evolutionarily, getting kicked out of the tribe meant death. Today, it just feels like your voice is being smothered under someone else's name. Sociologists still argue about whether triangulation is learned behavior or instinctive strategy. Is it a calculated move or something reflexive? Either way, the outcome is the same emotional chaos with a dash of psychological smoke bomb. Let's say you're dating someone. Things are tense. You express a boundary. I don't like it when you comment on other people's appearances while we're out. Their reply, wow, that's weird. My ex loved that I was so observant. She thought it was flattering. And boom, you've just been triangulated. Now you're no longer having a two-person conversation. You're debating a ghost. A ghost who somehow always agrees with them. Worse, you're tempted to compete with the ghost. You think, maybe if I were more relaxed, more fun, more whatever, I could be like their amazing ex too. But there's no winning against someone who isn't even real in the room. Here's a weird fact. In families, narcissistic parents often use triangulation to pit siblings against each other. Why can't you be more like your sister? Your brother never gives me this kind of trouble. Over time, children learn to compete for love instead of receiving it unconditionally. It's like turning affection into a game show, and someone's always getting buzzed out. You're now in a living room again, a different one. There's tension in the air, but no one's naming it. You say, I feel like things have been off lately. They nod sympathetically. Funny. I was just talking to Alex about that. He agrees you've been a little on edge. You weren't expecting Alex to make a cameo in your emotional life. You didn't ask Alex for notes. You don't even know if Alex said that. But it doesn't matter. Because now, you're on the defensive. You feel like you're being talked about instead of talked to. And that's the point. Triangulation creates a hierarchy. And in that hierarchy, you are the one being evaluated. Remember the gaslighting from before. This is its dance partner. Gaslighting makes you doubt reality. Triangulation makes you doubt your place in it. Here's a quick callback. Remember the compliment hook narcissist? That praise you got earlier, well, triangulation is the opposite end of the seesaw where, instead of being lifted, you're used to knock yourself down. And it gets more subtle. Sometimes, triangulation doesn't even need a name. It's just the constant hint that others think better of them than you do. You're the only one who has a problem with how I talk. I don't get this kind of drama from my friends. They're all fine with it. And now you're in a jury of imaginary critics. On trial for not smiling enough. Want a laugh? One woman said her narcissist friend used celebrities for triangulation. She'd casually say things like, I think I have the same sense of humor as Ryan Reynolds. Or, Oprah would totally get me. It's delusional, but weirdly effective. Because now you feel like you're somehow less enlightened than people who've never met this person. Academics still debate if triangulation stems from insecurity or entitlement. But narcissists don't want closeness. They want control. And control is much easier when you're not looking them in the eye, but watching your back. You start to censor yourself. You hesitate before speaking. You try to phrase things better so they don't go complain to someone else. But here's the secret. The triangle isn't real. Most of the time, there's no third opinion. There's just them redirecting your trust away from your own gut. Let's switch scenes one more time. You're in a group chat. You notice the narcissist is texting you one thing and someone else another. They're playing both sides, creating drama, then swooping in as the peacemaker. They love this. Being the puppet master, watching people squirm while pretending to be neutral, it's emotional chaos theater. And they wrote the script, but you can exit stage left, because once you see the strings, you don't need to be part of the puppet show. You can look around, smile quietly, and step out of the triangle. After all, A triangle can't form if you're not playing a corner. Section 4. Imagine someone handing you a warm, fresh compliment. It feels good, genuinely good. You smile, you feel seen. And just as you begin to bask in it, pop, they say, something that deflates the whole moment like a balloon, pricked with a thumbtack. That's a really smart idea for once. You actually look good today. I love how you don't care what people think. Ouch. Welcome to the compliment hook, a bait and switch tactic where narcissists use praise not to lift you up, but to reel you in. The goal isn't affirmation, it's control. It's power disguised as kindness. It starts sweet, always does, because narcissists know that approval is a powerful drug. And once you've had a little hit of it, you'll do a lot to get it again. Even tolerate the poison that comes after. Psychologists call this intermittent reinforcement a form of conditioning where rewards are given inconsistently, creating a stronger behavioral response than if rewards were constant. It's the same mechanism slot machines use. You never know when the jackpot is coming, so you keep pulling the lever. Philosophers still argue about whether humans chase love or the memory of love, but narcissists, they sell the idea of love on a loop. Like a radio hit, you keep replaying, even though the lyrics don't quite sit right. Now picture this, you're showing your partner something you're proud of. Maybe a new outfit, a project, a doodle. They smile and say, "Wow, I'm surprised you actually pulled that off." You pause, smile flickers. Your brain plays a brief game of, wait, was that a compliment or an insult? The answer is yes. Both. It's praise dipped in subtle cruelty. Sweet and sour manipulation. It makes you question yourself and crave their approval at the same time. Here's a weird fact. In one experiment, participants who received backhanded compliments rated the speaker as more competent than those who gave genuine praise. Why? Because the ambiguity triggers overthinking, and overthinking can feel like importance. The narcissist knows this. That's why they do it. They want you caught in the loop. You're in a car now, the sun's setting, the music's low. They say, "I love how chill you are. Most people would have cried by now." You laugh awkwardly, but part of you stings. You weren't trying to be chill. You were just trying to survive the conversation. And now they've given you a medal for swallowing your feelings. Next scene. You're in a group setting. Someone compliments you. You're really great at organizing stuff. Your narcissist friend nods and adds, "Yeah." When they actually remember to show up, cue the laugh track. Everyone chuckles. You smile, but it's hollow. Because once again, your praise was intercepted, reframed, deformed. This is the compliment hook in action. You're the fish, they're the fishermen. The line is invisible, but the tug is real. Remember the triangulation, that little emotional triangle trap? Well, this is its solo act. No third person needed, just you and them. And a praise grenade with a smiley face sticker. Social media gurus still argue about positive toxicity, that brand of empty affirmations and manufactured cheer. But narcissists take it to the next level. They weaponize positivity. They use compliments to control your behavior, to manipulate your emotional thermostat. "Oh wow, you're being so reasonable today." Translation: "Stay like this, or I'll remove the praise. You're so fun when you're not overthinking everything." Translation: "Be quiet. Don't question me. It's not always mean. Sometimes it's absurd." One guy said his narcissistic boss once told him, "You're the smartest dumb person I know. It's almost poetic in its nonsense." Or this gem from a friend's ex, "I like how you don't wear makeup, it's brave. as if she were storming a battlefield every morning with her bare face. Here's a callback. Remember the mirror from section 1? The one where your job was to reflect someone's greatness? Well now, they're polishing you when it suits them, and scratching you up when it doesn't. You're not a mirror, you're a funhouse mirror. One they get to distort at will. You start adjusting, editing yourself, not to feel good, but to earn their approval again. Like a video game where the reward screen flickers on only when you say or do the right thing. But here's the punchline. There's no right thing. You could nail it one day and still get silenced the next. The rules are fluid. The feedback loop is broken on purpose. That way, you become the one constantly recalibrating. So what do? Start noticing, really noticing, when praise doesn't feel clean, when it arrives with a hidden sting, when the tone says validation, but the aftertaste says control. That's your clue, because genuine compliments don't confuse you. They land, they warm, and they don't require an emotional ransom. So if someone keeps handing you compliments with strings attached, you don't need to cut the string. You can just put down the hook and swim away. After all, fish weren't meant to live on dry land just to earn someone else's applause. Section 5. You're sitting across from someone who just said the perfect thing. Not just pleasant, not just polite, perfect. Like it was crafted in a lab by therapists, poets, and a focus group of people who never interrupt. They look you in the eyes. They say, "That must have been so hard for you." They nod as you talk, mirroring your tone. They're validating, understanding. You think, wow, finally, someone who gets it. But something feels off. Like trying to hug a mannequin dressed as your favorite person. Their words are warm, but their eyes are cold. Their body is still, you feel like a specimen under a microscope, not a person being heard. Welcome to the great empathy costume. This is when a narcissist pretends to care, but only as long as it benefits them. It's empathy as performance, a mask, not a muscle, and behind it, calculations. Psychologists call this cognitive empathy, the ability to understand what someone else is feeling without actually feeling it yourself. Narcissists often score high in this kind of empathy. It lets them play the role convincingly without ever being moved by the script. It's emotional cosplay. Philosophers still argue about whether empathy is a virtue, a skill, or an illusion. But with narcissists, it's a currency. They use it when it gets them admiration or when pretending to care will buy them time, favors, forgiveness. You're now recalling a moment. Maybe you opened up about something painful, family stuff, work stress, old scars. They were there, present, listening. Maybe they even cried. But then they brought it up later. Not to support you, but to control you. Well, remember how I comforted you when you were breaking down? You owe me, or worse. Maybe your trauma is why you're acting so irrational now. And just like that, the empathy costume slips, revealing the manipulation underneath. Here's a weird fact. Studies show that narcissists can often read emotions better than the average person, but they lack compassion. It's like having X-ray vision with zero moral compass. They see your weak spots. They just don't care. They're not there to support you. They're there to use your feelings like blueprints for control. Imagine telling someone your deepest fear. They nod. They lean in. Then, a week later, they use that fear as ammunition during an argument. You're just scared everyone will leave you, so now you're overreacting. That's not empathy. That's empathic warfare. And they've got the cheat codes. Let's shift scenes. You're at a party. You watch them talking to someone new. Warm smile, gentle nods, active listening. You think, wow, they're really kind to strangers. But you remember that same face from your last argument? The blank stare? The condescending smirk? The sudden emotional shutdown when you needed warmth? And you realize this person isn't empathetic. They're performing empathy for the audience they care about. You, backstage, get none of the sparkle. Social media therapists still debate are narcissists capable of real compassion or just mimicry. Some say yes, they could feel for others, but the ego barrier is too thick. Others argue they don't want to connect unless it feeds their image, because connection means vulnerability. And narcissists don't do vulnerable, not unless it earns them something. One guy said his narcissist ex would volunteer at shelters, post selfies with puppies, and then come home and scream at him for being too sensitive. It's brand management, not kindness. Here's a callback. Remember the slot machine compliments from before? Well, now you're in the same casino, except the prize is false empathy. You keep pulling the lever, hoping this time the caring is real. Sometimes it is, but usually it's just bait. Let's laugh before we cry. One woman said her narcissistic friend gave the perfect shoulder to cry on until the moment passed. Then they said, "Wow, you were so emotional. I feel like I deserve a nap just from being there for you." Empathy, reduced to an invoice. Or this gem, I'm so good at helping people heal. It's kind of exhausting being everyone's emotional savior. You blink. Your pain is now their ego boost. So how do you spot the costume? Look for consistency. Do they only show empathy when others are watching? Do they forget your feelings the moment you stop crying? Do they comfort you in private and mock you later? Genuine empathy doesn't keep score. It doesn't dress up for applause. It stays behind after the curtain falls. If you're wondering whether someone's support is real, watch what they do when you're not useful to them. When you're messy, drained, inconvenient, unimpressive, because that's when real connection begins. And if they disappear when you stop being impressive, then maybe they never saw you at all. Just their reflection in your tears. Section 6. Imagine someone pulling the oxygen out of the room, not all at once, but slowly. You don't panic. You just start breathing shallowly, wondering if maybe it's your lungs. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you're too sensitive. Now imagine that person is someone you care about. A friend, a partner, a parent, and the oxygen they're pulling, it's their attention. This is the silent punishment, a classic narcissistic move where they withdraw communication, not to solve a problem, but to punish you for existing in a way that displeased them. One moment, everything's fine. The next, it's radio silence. No explanation, no warning, just cold air and unread messages. Psychologists call this stonewalling an intentional refusal to communicate or cooperate. But when narcissists do it, it's got flavor. It's not just shutting down. It's a disappearing act laced with menace. A way to make you feel like the one who did something wrong, just for having a feeling or saying a thing that didn't flatter them. You text, "Are you okay?" No response. You text again. "Did I say something wrong?" Still nothing. Your brain starts spinning. You rewind every conversation, every emoji, every micro expression. You become a forensic investigator of your own tone. That's exactly the point, because silence is their scalpel. It carves away your sense of stability without leaving fingerprints. And here's the weird fact. Studies on social exclusion show that being ignored activates the same regions of the brain as physical pain. The anterior cingulate cortex lights up like it's just been punched. That's why ghosting hurts so badly, even if it's just for a few hours. You feel it in your bones. Sociologists still argue whether ghosting is a failure of communication or a power play. For narcissists, it's always the latter. It's about regaining dominance. You dared to express an inconvenient truth. Silence, you asked for basic emotional needs. Silence, you disagreed with them. Silence served cold and unseasoned. Let's shift scenes. You're in your apartment. The silence is deafening. You check your phone more times than you're proud of. You think, maybe I should apologize, even if I don't know what I did. And there it is. That creeping need to fix what they broke, that's not love. That's emotional conditioning. They trained you to chase connection, even when it's withheld, like a treat from a pet who didn't sit fast enough. It doesn't always start big. Sometimes it's micro silences. They turn their head while you're talking. Don't answer a question. Make a face. Suddenly the room gets colder, and you don't know why. Remember the empathy costume from earlier? Well, this is what happens when the mask comes off. You're no longer useful, no longer flattering. And instead of resolving the discomfort like a grown-up, they just disappear into themselves like a snail, retracting into a shell with claws. You try reaching out again. Can we talk? They reply, I need space. But then they're liking posts on Instagram, commenting on memes, laughing in stories. They have space, just not for you. It's a performance of detachment. Let's lighten the mood for a second. One person said their narcissistic friend would go emotionally missing for exactly 72 hours every time they were disagreed with. Not 70, not 75. It was like an emotional parking meter that ran on resentment. Another said their partner would pretend to sleep through conversations they didn't like with their eyes half open. That's not sleeping. That's emotional mime. Social media gurus still argue about whether no contact is self-care or cruelty. And yes, mutual silence in toxic dynamics can be healthy, but narcissistic silence isn't about boundaries. It's about punishment. It's an unspoken message. Speak to me the right way or I won't exist. And what hurts even more, when they do come back, they act like nothing happened. They send a meme, a one-word reply, a casual, hey, no acknowledgement of the void they created. And you're supposed to leap with joy like a puppy reunited with its owner. But you're not a puppy. You're a person who just went through an invisible storm, alone. Here's a callback. Remember the gaslighting from section 2? Well now, it's silence instead of lies, but the result is the same. You question yourself more than them. So what can you do? Start seeing silence not as mystery, but as message. Not all silence is golden. Sometimes it's a red flag dressed as peace. Ask yourself, does this silence feel clarifying, or does it feel like I'm being erased? Because you deserve conversations, even hard ones. You deserve people who stay in the room even when it's uncomfortable. And if someone only speaks when you're on your knees, that's not communication. That's control. Let the silence speak, but don't let it decide who you are. Section 7. Imagine arguing with someone and losing to a version of events that never happened. You remember what was said. You remember how you felt. You even remember the exact shirt they were wearing. But now, you're being told calmly, with a shrug that you've misunderstood, misremembered, misinterpreted. They didn't say that. Or if they did, you took it the wrong way. You're blowing it out of proportion. Again. Welcome to the rewriting room, where narcissists revise history in real time, and you're the unreliable narrator in your own story. This is rewriting the past. And it's not just annoying, it's destabilizing. Narcissists do it not to fix reality, but to fix their image. If facts don't support the story, that makes them look good, the facts are the first to go. Psychologists call this retrospective reframing. It's not just forgetting, it's rewriting memory to suit one's ego. For narcissists, memory is a PR tool. What happened doesn't matter, only what's convenient to believe. You might say, "Remember when you screamed at me in front of my friends?" And they reply, "I wasn't yelling, I was passionate. Besides, your friends were being weird." Or, "You never told me you were meeting your ex for lunch." "Yes, I did. You just weren't listening. You always tune me out when I talk." And suddenly, you are the unreliable one. You are the problem. You are being corrected. Here's a weird fact. Some narcissists genuinely believe their rewrites. Their self-image is so fragile, so curated, that their brain helps them forget anything that challenges it. Researchers call it motivated forgetting. It's denial on steroids. With a PhD in plausible deniability, it's less like they're lying to you and more like they're lying through you. Philosophers still argue whether personal identity is made of memories or stories. But narcissists don't build identities, they build narratives. They are the hero, the genius, the misunderstood sage, and if that requires erasing or rewriting you along the way, so be it. You're now sitting on your couch, the same couch from a few weeks ago, the place where that blow-up fight happened, the one that ended with you crying in the kitchen. But now, they say we never fought. You just got emotional about nothing. You feel the air thicken. You double-check your memory like a worn-out receipt. Did that really happen? Did you misread the tone? Were you overreacting? Nope. You were there. They're just trying to move the scene to a different set. Remember the triangulation from earlier and the silent punishment. This is the next move. Rewrite reality so thoroughly that you start relying on them to remember things for you. They become your emotional historian. You become the confused intern. Social media therapists still debate whether narcissists rewrite history to hurt others or to protect themselves. The answer is yes. Both. The goal is survival, but at your expense. Want a laugh? One man said his narcissistic girlfriend would deny arguments that happened an hour ago. If he tried to reference them, she'd say, "I think you're imagining things. You've always had a dramatic imagination." She was so convincing. He once asked her to check the baby monitor, thinking maybe he'd had a stress-induced hallucination. Another woman said her narcissist ex would change entire locations of events. "That didn't happen at my sister's house. That was at the restaurant." No, it wasn't. But now she was second-guessing everything, not just his version of the story, but her own ability to track space and time. That's not miscommunication. That's reality erosion. Here's how it plays out in miniature. You recall something painful. They smile and say, "That never happened." Or worse, if it did, "You probably caused it." And just like that, the floor shifts under your emotional feet. You're not debating facts, you're debating memory reality, which is unwinnable. So what do? You document. You write things down not to build a case, but to protect your perception. You start sentences with, "I remember feeling," instead of, "You did this." You watch how their stories change over time. Most of all, you trust the part of yourself that knows what happened, even when it's denied, even when it's twisted, even when the person denying it looks calm, composed, and utterly convinced. Because here's the trick. They don't need to convince you. They only need to look like the calm one while you flail around trying to prove something real. And if you're flailing, they're winning. So breathe. Say, "I know what I experienced." Say, "I remember what happened." Say, "You're allowed to have your version, but I'm allowed to keep mine." because reality isn't something you should have to debate with someone who lived it with you. It's something you're allowed to remember clearly without a script rewrite. Section 8. Imagine sharing your feelings with someone and watching their face do nothing, no flicker, no concern, no recognition that what you said had weight. Then they sigh and say, "Why do you always make everything about you?" You blink. You were talking about your emotions, your boundaries, your reality. But to them, that's annoying, inconvenient, possibly offensive. This is what happens when your feelings are treated like static on their broadcast. They aren't there to tune in, they're there to transmit. And when you speak up, you're just interrupting their signal. Narcissists don't experience emotions the same way others do, not because they lack emotion, but because they struggle to view other people's emotions as valid if those emotions don't serve them. Psychologists call this emotional invalidation when someone rejects, minimizes, or mocks another person's emotional experience. But narcissistic invalidation takes it a step further. It's not just brushing you off. It's making you feel foolish for even having feelings. Let's say you say, "I felt really hurt when you ignored my message." They respond, "That's so dramatic. I was busy. You always do this." Now your feeling has been twisted into a fault, not something to understand, something to defend. Philosophers still argue about the role of feelings in truth. Are emotions subjective? Are they facts? Should we trust them or test them? For narcissists, the answer is simple: if your feelings make them uncomfortable, they're automatically wrong. Here's a weird fact. In studies on narcissistic parenting, children who were discouraged from expressing emotions often developed anxiety or perfectionism because they learned that being good meant being emotionally invisible. Let that sink in. Now imagine you're that child, or still that adult, swallowing every upset like a jagged pill just to keep the peace. Now you're in the middle of a conversation. You're not even raising your voice, just calmly explaining. "I felt disrespected when you joked about me in front of your friends." They roll their eyes and say, "Wow, here we go again." And just like that, you're cast as the overreactor, the buzzkill, the emotional liability. Let's revisit the empathy costume from earlier. Remember that scene? They appeared to listen. Now we're on the opposite end. Your emotions aren't just unimportant, they're irritating. It's like trying to talk about a storm while they're sunbathing and telling you to lighten up. Worse, sometimes they mock your feelings to others. "She freaked out just because I didn't text her back." Can you believe that, bro, he got all emotional because I said I didn't like his haircut? Your emotional honesty becomes stand-up material at your expense. Social media gurus still debate the sensitivity epidemic. Are people too soft? Are we coddling emotions? But narcissists don't care about those questions. Their internal motto is, if your feelings aren't flattering, they're irrelevant. And sometimes they pretend to care just long enough to disarm you. You say, "I feel like you haven't been really present lately." They pause, nod slowly. Interesting. But don't you think that's more about your fear of abandonment than anything I've done? Boom. They just invalidated your feelings and made you feel guilty for having them with the illusion of sophistication. It's narcissism in TED Talk clothing. Want a quick laugh? One guy said his narcissistic roommate once told him, "You seem upset. You should go meditate about why that's your problem, not mine." Another person said their ex would reply to long, heartfelt messages with just LOL. Not in sarcasm, just lol. Short for lots of loathing? Probably. So how do you survive when your emotions keep getting crushed under passive-aggressive sighs and eye rolls? First, name it. If someone dismisses your feelings with, "You're overthinking this," it's not a big deal. You always find something to complain about. You get to say, "It is a big deal to me, and I'd like you to treat that with respect." Or even simpler, "I'm allowed to feel this." Because you're allowed to feel hurt. You're allowed to express yourself. You don't need permission to be human. Remember the compliment hook where praise came with strings. This is the opposite, where honesty comes with punishment. You speak your truth, and they twist it until you feel like the villain. So the next time someone acts like your feelings are a burden, remember this. Your emotions are not too much. They're a sign that you're alive. And if someone treats your heart like background noise, maybe they were never listening in the first place. Section 9. Imagine doing something kind, totally unprompted. You pick up their dry cleaning, make dinner, lend a hand, write a thoughtful note. You're just being a decent human being. But a week later, they explode. You never appreciate what I do. I do everything for you. You stand there blinking, holding the dry clean shirt they never thanked you for. This is the Covert Contract, a silent, unspoken deal where a narcissist does something for you. But it turns out you were secretly being enrolled in a debt you never agreed to. You didn't sign anything. There was no handshake, no fine print, but apparently you now owe them emotionally forever. Psychologists define covert contracts as unspoken agreements made with the expectation of return, but without explicit communication. They're manipulative by design because they weaponize kindness and twist it into obligation. You're not being supported, you're being groomed for guilt. Let's say they take you out to dinner. Lovely evening, great food. You thank them, they smile, all good. Until 2 weeks later, you say no to something, maybe a boundary, maybe just a night out you're too tired for. They frown, after everything I've done for you. Boom! Contract activated. Suddenly, their past generosity becomes a weapon. They've opened an emotional tab in your name, and now the bill is due. Here's a weird fact. In one study on narcissistic behavior in close relationships, participants who exhibited narcissistic traits were more likely to recall their own helpful behaviors than those of their partner. That's right. They don't just keep score, they keep the scoreboard, the whistle, and the rule book. Philosophers still argue about altruism, whether it truly exists, or if all kindness is secretly self-serving. But covert contracts are different. They're not unconscious bias. They're emotional IOUs slipped into your pocket without consent. Let's jump to a different scene. You're homesick, low fever, no voice. They bring you soup unasked and leave it by your bedside. You feel grateful? You say so. But later, when you don't laugh at their joke in front of friends, you get the cold shoulder. They don't say it outright, but it's clear you're not being grateful enough. You failed the terms of the unspoken contract. Another version, they do you a favor, watch your pet, edit your resume, fix your sink. Then, weeks later, when they mess up, they say, "You have no right to be mad at me after all I've done for you." It's like emotional blackmail with receipts no one can verify. Want to laugh? One guy said his narcissist cousin gave him a ride to the airport once and then brought it up every family dinner for 5 years. Another woman said her ex would bring up a time he let her use his Netflix password as proof of his generosity, even after she paid for every vacation they took together. That's not memory. That's emotional accounting. And the worst part, you start doing it back. You start justifying your boundaries. You start explaining your decisions as if you're defending yourself in a trial. I know I didn't come to your birthday party, but remember, I helped you move last month. You've been pulled into their scorekeeping game. Remember the silent punishment from earlier and the empathy costume. Well, now you're dealing with emotional contracts dressed up like selflessness. But real kindness doesn't come with strings. It doesn't circle back later as a power move. Social media gurus still debate about reciprocity in relationships. How much is too much? When does giving turn into manipulation? The answer: when the gift isn't really a gift, it's an invoice in disguise. So how do you spot a covert contract? Look for the surprise anger, the emotional ledger, the after all I've done speeches, and look for the lack of communication. Because if they never told you their expectations, but still punish you for not meeting them, that's not partnership, that's a trap. So what do? You say, if you need something from me, please tell me clearly. Don't assume I can read your mind. You say, I appreciate what you've done, but I didn't agree to a trade. And if they explode at that, congratulations. You just found the fine print of the contract they were hoping you'd never read. You're allowed to give freely, and you're allowed to say no without debt. Because love is not a loyalty program, and you are not a vending machine for validation. Section 10. Imagine waking up every day and feeling like you're on trial. Not metaphorically, literally. Every word, every decision, every moment of silence is being dissected and interpreted. Often in a tone that sounds helpful, but feels like an interrogation. You sure that's what you meant? Why would you say that way? Isn't it interesting that you always get defensive? Welcome to narcissistic courtroom mode, where the narcissist becomes judge, jury, and cross-examiner, and you're always the defendant. No matter what you say or do, they find a way to twist it into an offense. Psychologists call this projective identification. It's when someone projects their own unwanted feelings onto you, and then acts as though you are the one who needs to explain yourself. Basically, they plant a fire and then ask why you're so hot and bothered. Philosophers still argue about the value of self-examination. Socrates said the unexamined life isn't worth living, but narcissists flip that. They examine your life, your words, your reactions. They study them not to understand, but to control the narrative. Let's say you're late to meet them. 5 minutes, traffic, life. You apologize, they stare and say, no big deal. It's just interesting that you're late again. Now you're no longer 5 minutes late. You're a chronic abandoner, a pattern, a symptom, a walking case study. Another time, you tell them you're feeling tired. They ask, do you think you're using exhaustion as a way to avoid intimacy? You were just sleepy. But now you're also on defense. It's not always dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle emotional cross-examination disguised as curiosity. They ask, why do you think you're always so emotional around me? Or why do you think you struggle to express yourself clearly? And suddenly, you're sitting on a metaphorical witness stand, fumbling to answer questions you didn't realize were being asked. Here's a weird fact. Studies have shown that people with narcissistic traits often use leading questions in conversation to shape outcomes. They're not seeking truth, they're shaping perception. It's conversational entrapment with a friendly smile. Social media therapists still debate whether this is learned behavior from childhood or just a personality disorder turned verbal strategy. But either way, the intent is the same: to keep you off balance and them in control. Let's switch scenes. You're mid-conversation and you get interrupted. You say, please don't interrupt me. They respond. It's interesting that you feel so easily disrespected. Has that always been a thing for you? Boom. You're no longer talking about their interruption. You're defending your entire emotional style. Or you're describing a frustrating work call, and they say, do you think your coworkers are reacting to something you're not aware you're doing? They don't validate your experience. They cross-examine it. Remember the compliment hook and the empathy costume. This is their logical cousin. No warmth, just a calm, cool, emotionally weaponized magnifying glass. Want a laugh? One woman said her narcissist friend kept a literal, you said notebook, as in she'd jot down conversations and bring them up later in debates, not to understand, just to win, like an emotional court reporter gone rogue. Another guy said his narcissistic partner once said, "You raised your voice at me yesterday," during an argument. When he replied, "I didn't even speak yesterday," she said, "Exactly. That was aggressive. That's not logic. That's emotional gaslighting in academic robes." So what do you do when you're constantly on trial? Start by refusing to testify. Seriously. You don't have to justify your every word. You don't owe a dissertation for why you forgot to reply to a text. You're not a defendant. You're a person. Here's a tool. Ask them the questions. When they say, "Why do you always get so emotional?" you reply, "Why does it bother you when I express emotion?" When they say, "Don't you think you're overreacting?" you say, "Why does that scare you?" Flip the dynamic. Return the mirror. Because often, the questions they ask you are the ones they're afraid to ask themselves. You don't need to defend every feeling. You don't need to respond to every passive-aggressive quiz. And you definitely don't need to live your life as a defendant in someone else's courtroom. Remember, silence is not guilt. Emotions are not crimes. And you are not on trial. Section 11. Imagine waking up one morning and realizing you don't quite recognize yourself anymore, not in a dramatic way, just in little creeping shifts. Your favorite music has changed. You dress differently. You laugh at jokes that don't land. You're quieter around certain people. You second guess how you sit, stand, speak. You weren't told to change. No one demanded it. But somehow, over time, your vibe has been stolen. This is the vibe thief move, a subtle, disorienting, narcissistic tactic where they slowly mimic your personality, your style, your emotional rhythm, only to wear it better, louder, and eventually against you. It starts as flattery. They say, "Wow, I love how you think." Or, "You have such a unique way of seeing the world. You feel understood, special." Then one day, they're using your phrases, telling your stories, quoting you without credit. You've become the demo version of yourself, and they're the overpriced remix. Psychologists describe this as mirroring a natural behavior in early bonding. But narcissists take it further. They don't mirror to connect, they mirror to absorb, to steal, to own. Think of it as emotional identity theft. Except instead of draining your bank account, they drain your sense of self. Here's a weird fact. Studies on mimicry show that people who are mimicked tend to like the mimicker more. It builds rapport, trust. That's why narcissists do it early. It makes you feel like you've known them forever. But what they're really doing is downloading you. Philosophers still argue about whether the self is fixed or fluid, but narcissists treat it like fashion. They'll wear you like a jacket, then toss you when it no longer fits their aesthetic. Let's jump into a scene. You're in a group conversation. Someone compliments your taste in films. You smile, and before you can reply, the narcissist jumps in. "Yeah, I got them into that director. I've been obsessed with their work for years, except they'd never heard of that director until you showed them. And now, suddenly, your taste is theirs, your vibe, theirs, your language. Now, coming out of their mouth with just enough extra polish to make you question if you ever sounded that cool to begin with. They're not just stealing your personality, they're colonizing it. And guess who starts to feel like the imposter? You. One guy said his narcissist friend started copying his mannerisms down to the way he drank coffee, then told others he had always done that, and the friend had copied him. A full psychological no reverse. Another woman said her ex stole her entire fashion style, then later mocked her for being so basic and behind on trends. That's not just mimicry. That's vibe theft with a side of sabotage. Let's go deeper. Narcissists don't just copy your surface, they copy your emotions. You say you're anxious about a big work presentation. Next week, they're anxious about one too, but their story is just slightly more dramatic. You share a personal story about childhood. They suddenly have one just like it, except more traumatic, more cinematic. It becomes a game of emotional one-upmanship, dressed in the soft robes of empathy. But here's the twist. Once they fully absorb your vibe, they start resenting you for it. You'll notice them becoming critical, dismissive. They'll say things like, "Ugh, you've changed," or "You try too hard now." What they're really saying is, "You're threatening my version of you. You're reclaiming something I thought I owned." Social media gurus still debate the ethics of personality influence. Is it okay to imitate? Where does inspiration and copying begin with narcissists? It's simple. If your vibe makes them look better, they'll wear it. If your vibe makes them feel small, they'll rip it apart. So what do? Start reclaiming your weirdness, your tone, your rhythm. Say the things only you would say, and most importantly, pay attention to how you feel after being around them. Do you feel smaller, blurrier, like you're disappearing into someone else's idea of you? Then maybe you're not the one who's changed. Maybe you're just standing in the shadow of someone who couldn't grow a vibe of their own. Remember the courtroom from last section where everything was a cross-examination? This is the silent version of that, not judgment duplication. But there's a reason the original always hits harder than the remix. You don't have to compete with your own reflection. You are the vibe, and no one wears it like you do. Section 12. Imagine stubbing your toe on the corner of a table. It hurts. It's instant. You let out a groan. Maybe a curse under your breath. A normal response. Right now, imagine someone turning to you and saying, "Wow, that's really manipulative of you. Are you trying to get attention again?" Welcome to the fake victim Olympics, a narcissist's favorite sport, where no matter what happens, they are the one who's hurt the most. You could be bleeding, but somehow they're the one in emotional critical condition. It starts small. You say, "Hey, that comment you made kind of hurt." They reply, "I can't believe you're attacking me when I'm already stressed." Now, you're the aggressor, and they are the misunderstood saint who just wanted peace. This behavior is rooted in something psychologists call vulnerable narcissism, a subtype where the narcissist doesn't puff themselves up with grandiosity, but instead uses emotional fragility as a weapon. Everything hurts them. Everything wounds. And because they're always wounded, there's no room for your pain. Here's a weird fact. Studies have shown that people high in narcissistic traits often view themselves as morally superior, even when they behave poorly. It's a self-image paradox. They can harm others and feel victimized by the fallout. Philosophers still argue about victimhood culture. Is modern society too quick to crown victims? Are we rewarding fragility? But narcissists aren't part of that debate. They're busy accepting medals for imaginary injuries. Let's change scenes. You're describing a hard week. I've been feeling overwhelmed. Work's been a mess. I'm not sleeping. Their reply, "Wow, I guess my problems don't matter. I didn't know we were only talking about you today. And now you're apologizing for having feelings." Or imagine this, you catch them lying. You present the receipts, the screenshots, the time-stamped evidence. They sigh, eyes wet, voice trembling. "I can't believe you don't trust me. That really hurts, after all I've done for you." Suddenly, the issue isn't their dishonesty, it's your cruelty. They have Olympic-level reflexes when it comes to flipping the script. Another version, the emotional sneak attack. You bring up something painful. They say, "I was just trying to help." You push back gently. They burst into tears. "You always make me feel like a monster." Now the room is upside down. You're comforting them after they hurt you. It's not empathy, it's tactical crying. Want a laugh? One woman said her narcissistic boyfriend once cried because she was too independent. His exact words, "I just feel like I'm not needed, and that makes me feel unsafe." Translation: you having boundaries threatens my control. Another guy said his narcissistic friend guilt-tripped him for not texting back during a funeral. "Wow, I see how low I am on your priority list." Good to know. That's not sadness. That's a guilt lasso. Remember the vibe thief from last time. This is the next move. Once they've copied your identity, they'll claim they're the one it was stolen from, because nothing is sacred in the victim Olympics. Not your boundaries, not your trauma, not even your silence. Social media therapists still debate how to handle emotional manipulation disguised as vulnerability. Should we meet it with compassion or hold the line with firm boundaries with narcissists? Here's the answer. Compassion doesn't mean compliance. You can acknowledge their pain without erasing your own. Here's how, when they say, "I can't believe you'd say that to me," you reply, "I hear that you're upset. I also need space to express how I feel." When they say, "You always make me feel attacked," you say, "That's not my intention. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't speak up." Your pain doesn't have to shrink to make room for theirs. If every time you're hurting, the conversation pivots to their injury, ask yourself this: why do I keep ending up in emotional hostage negotiations? Why do they always get the final tear? Why is it that when you cry, you're too sensitive? But when they cry, you're cruel. You are not an emotional punching bag. You are not the villain in someone else's sob story. You don't have to comfort the person who hurt you just to keep the peace. Because sometimes, the most dangerous manipulation doesn't scream its sobs. And just because someone feels hurt doesn't mean they were wronged. Section 13. Imagine walking through your own home and realizing someone's been rearranging the furniture. Not dramatically, just little things. A chair slightly moved, a painting tilted, your toothbrush in the wrong spot. Nothing huge, but enough to make you pause. Doubt yourself. Ask, was this always here? Now imagine that furniture is your personality. This is the identity smudge, a subtle narcissistic behavior where they don't just question you, they slowly blur the lines between who you are and who they want you to be. Not through force, but suggestion. Not through argument, but subtle erosion. Over time, you forget where you end and they begin. Psychologists describe this as enmeshment, a state in which personal boundaries are so porous that one person's feelings, beliefs, and needs start to overwrite another's. With narcissists, it's not mutual. You don't melt into each other, you dissolve into them. At first, it's flattering. They say, "We're so alike. We're basically the same person. You get me in a way no one else does." And you nod, heart warm, thinking you finally found emotional symmetry. But weeks later, you notice something else. You're hesitant to disagree. You question your own taste. You start ordering what they order, saying what they say, avoiding things you used to love because they rolled their eyes once when you mentioned it. And when you do express a difference, however small, they say, "Wow, you've changed. Are you okay lately? You're not acting like yourself." Except you are. They're just noticing the parts of you that don't belong to them. Here's a weird fact. People in narcissistic relationships often report a feeling of emotional brain fog. It's not depression, It's not anxiety, it's the result of micro self-abandonment to tiny, repeated acts of ignoring your own needs to stay connected to someone who erases them. Philosophers still argue whether the self is continuous or fragmented. Are we one unified identity, or just a stream of roles and memories? Narcissists don't care. They prefer your identity as a blank canvas, something they can draw on, edit, critique, erase. Let's jump into a familiar scene. You're in conversation. You say, "I've been thinking I might want to take a break from drinking." They laugh. "That's so extreme. Don't be one of those people." And just like that, your introspection gets filed under Inconvenient. You try again. "I'm thinking of starting therapy." They smirk. "Did you hear that on some podcast? You're so suggestible. You didn't lose your identity. You just started hiding it." Wanna laugh? One woman said her narcissist boyfriend once asked if she could tone down her personality when meeting his friends just so she wouldn't steal the attention. Another guy said his ex told him, "I love your confidence, but could you make it quieter?" Confidence. Quieter. That's like asking fire to be less warm. Social media therapists still debate the difference between compromise and self-erasure. Where do we draw the line between adapting in relationships and losing ourselves? Here's how to tell. If you constantly feel like you're editing yourself to be tolerable, it's not connection. It's performance. You're not sharing your identity. You're renting it out. Remember the fake victim Olympics from earlier? That whole twisted theater of pain. Now you're in the silent aftermath. You're not being accused. You're just being adjusted. They don't rage at your individuality. They reshape it. You were cooler when you didn't care so much. I liked it better when you were more easygoing. I miss the old you, but the old you never existed. They just liked you better when you were easier to mold. So what do? You start making tiny reversals. You play that music you stopped listening to. You wear the outfit they said wasn't really you. You say "I disagree" just once, and see what happens. You start writing your name back onto your own life, because your identity isn't a shared Google Doc they get to edit at will. It's a novel written in your voice. Messy, glorious, fully yours. And if someone only loves you when you're filtered, that's not love. That's possession. So go ahead. Reclaim your playlist. Wear the shoes. Take up space. And if they say, "You're not acting like yourself," smile. Because finally, you are. Section 14. Imagine you're at a theme park. You're standing in line for a ride. Heart pounding. The sign says, "Most thrilling ride in the world." You get on. It's exhilarating. Whiplash. Adrenaline. Your stomach drops. But then, before you can catch your breath, you're back in line again. Same ride. Again. And again. Each time you think you're done, the operator smirks and straps you in for another round. That's the push-pull playground of narcissists' favorite ride. 1 minute you're their favorite person, their soulmate, their muse. The next, you're irrelevant, unseen, problematic. And just as you decide to walk away, they reel you back in with just enough sweetness to confuse you. Psychologists refer to this as intermittent reinforcement, the same concept we touched on during the compliment hook, but in push-pull, it's more like emotional whiplash, intimacy and withdrawal, praise and punishment, connection and exile, over and over, until your nervous system starts mistaking chaos for chemistry. Let's walk through it. They text you, "You're the only one who understands me." They call you their best friend, their person, then silence, then passive-aggressive posts, then a weird vibe in person. And just when you're about to confront them, another flood of affection. "Sorry, I've been distant. Things have just been heavy. but you're so important to me. You pause, you soften, you think, okay, maybe I overreacted, but you didn't. You reacted to instability, and they fed you just enough stability to keep you close. Here's a weird fact. Studies show that intermittent affection actually increases emotional attachment. Your brain starts chasing the good version of the person like a gambler waiting for a jackpot. Even if 9 times out of 10, you lose. Philosophers still argue whether true love is about consistency or intensity. But narcissists always choose intensity. Drama, the high of making up, the dopamine hit of sudden affection after emotional drought. It's not connection, it's crisis addiction. Let's jump into a familiar moment. You bring up a hurt feeling. They react coldly. You're being sensitive. I need space. You say okay. You detach. Then 3 days later, they text, I miss your energy. Can I call you? And now you're not just pulled back, you're guilty forever pulling away. Another version, you set a boundary. Say no. They sulk. Ghost. You feel like you killed the vibe. Then they reappear with a new joke or inside story, and boom, the ride starts again. Want to laugh? One woman said her narcissist friend would break up with her every full moon. Like clockwork. Total cutoff. Followed by emotional reunion. Another guy said his narcissistic partner would love bomb him for a week, then disappear, then reappear and say, you just feel like home to me. Yes. A haunted house, maybe. Social media gurus still debate about the hot and cold phenomenon, why it's so addictive, why it's so hard to walk away. But your brain isn't being irrational. It's trying to solve a pattern designed to not be solved. This behavior thrives on confusion. They train you to crave reconciliation more than peace. You forget what stability even feels like. You mistake the lack of tension for boredom. Let's throw in a callback. Remember the courtroom where everything you said was questioned. Now the courtroom has a bouncy castle. The accusations are still there, but now they're padded with charm. You don't know whether to defend yourself or do cartwheels, and that's the game. Keep you spinning. Keep you uncertain. Keep you hungry. So what do? You name the pattern. Out loud. Not to them, to yourself. Write it down if you have to. Chart it like a weather cycle. Because once you see it, you can stop taking it personally. Their affection isn't about you. Their distance isn't about you. It's not you. It's the playground. And you're tired of riding that emotional teacup until you're dizzy. So step off. Say I want connection, not confusion. Say I'm not here to be reeled in when convenient. And if they vanish again, let them. Because if someone only reaches for you when they're bored or insecure or craving control, they were never holding your hand. They were pulling a string. And you're not a puppet. You're the person who walks away from the playground and doesn't look back. Section 15. Imagine standing on the edge of a cliff, not because you want to jump, but because you've just realized you were pushed there. Slowly, over time, one small step at a time, a boundary crossed, a lie forgiven, a silence endured, and now, finally, you're here, staring into the quiet realization you're done. This is the final stage when the pattern becomes too visible to ignore, when even the nicest text, the perfect apology, or the softest manipulation doesn't work anymore. When your nervous system stops chasing the highs, and your intuition starts whispering the one thing you've been trying not to hear, it's time to go. Psychologists call this stage disengagement clarity, the moment survivors of emotional abuse begin detaching not with anger, but with indifference. The fog starts to clear, the obsession fades. You don't want revenge, you just want peace. But here's the twist. This is the moment when narcissists panic. You were predictable before, eager, confused, craving closeness, but now you're quiet. You're unavailable. You're no longer reacting. So they escalate. More apologies, more tears, more promises. I've changed. I've done the work. I realized I can't live without you. But something's different this time. You hear the same words and feel nothing. You nod. You say, okay. But inside, you're already halfway out the door. Emotionally, here's a weird fact. Some studies suggest that narcissists are most affectionate right after being left. Not because they miss the person, but because they miss the control. It's not you they want back. It's the feeling of being central again. Philosophers still argue over what love is. Is it giving? Is it knowing someone fully? Is it freedom? But with narcissists, it's none of those things. It's possession dressed up as passion. Let's visit the last conversation. You say, I need space. They reply, I just don't understand how you could do this after everything. You say, I still care about you, but this isn't healthy for me. They pause, then hit the panic button. So you're just like everyone else. You abandon people. I should have known. It stings, but only a little. Because now, you recognize the playbook. The push, the guilt to the performance. And this time, you don't explain. You don't justify. You simply walk. Wanna laugh? One guy said. After finally ending things with his narcissistic ex, she mailed him a box with a single paperclip inside. No note, no explanation, just drama by FedEx. Another woman said her ex tried to win her back with a playlist titled, I'm Not a Narcissist. I swear, featuring every Coldplay song known to mankind. They'll do anything but grow. Social media therapists still debate how to leave a narcissist safely. The answer, slowly, quietly, clearly? You don't owe a dramatic monologue. You owe yourself a beginning. Remember the compliment hook, the courtroom, the playground. They were all acts in the same emotional circus. And now you're packing up your tent and leaving. And yes, it feels weird. You'll miss the highs. You'll crave the familiarity. You'll question yourself. But each day, your identity returns one boundary at a time, one deep breath at a time, one no at a time. And that person in the mirror, you'll start to recognize them again. Because healing from narcissistic abuse doesn't feel like fireworks. It feels like quiet. It's sipping your coffee in peace. It's feeling your shoulders drop. It's remembering what you like. It's choosing not to respond. You were never too sensitive. You were never too dramatic. You were just surviving inside someone else's storm. And now, you've stepped outside, into clarity, into stillness, into you. Take one last look at the pattern, at the games, at the person who fed on your confusion and mistook it for love. Then shut the door. Softly, because closure isn't something they give. It's something you grow. You did not lose yourself. You were buried, and you're unearthing now. Sleep well. Section end. Over the last 4 hours, you wandered through the tangled labyrinth of narcissistic behaviors, from the charm of the mirror gazers to the confusion of gaslighting, the chaos of triangulation, and the hollow echoes of false empathy. You've met the courtroom cross-examiners, the vibe thieves, the compliment puppeteers. You face the silent punishments and the rewriting of your own history, over and over, like a bad dream on repeat. You began this journey unsure, maybe even blaming yourself. But as the story unfolded, clarity began to glow in the fog. You realized you weren't imagining the imbalance. You were living in it. Each chapter pulled back the curtain on tactics that manipulate, isolate, and erase. And with each recognition, you took another step back to yourself. A small victory in reclaiming your voice, your memories, your peace. Because the shocking thing about narcissistic behavior isn't the drama, it's the slow erosion. The way you start to disappear in their presence without even noticing. But not tonight. Tonight, you saw it all, and you didn't flinch. So if your heart feels a little lighter, if your mind feels just a little more your own, that's not an accident, that's you, returning. Let the images blur now. Let your breath slow. Let your nervous system sink into softness. There's nothing left to prove. No more mirrors to please. No more arguments to win. You are safe. You are whole. And you are free.